playhouse where a lonely girl can go. You steal the show, Scarlet Scorpio. Electric shock to the temples, nobody knew. ECT therapy, what would it do to you? Another night on stage, dressing up the pain. A familiar refrain, denying insane. Scarlet, Scarlet Scorpio. Heaven and sin, gone with the wind. Scarlet, Scarlet Scorpio. Impulsive charms and passions never denied. Young lovers to the end unsatisfied. Time and again you survive the highs and lows. Just curious to know, was God in your show? Shining in your green eyes lies a confidence still. Hiding in that sweet space, seductive maze is a child without adult trapped in the game of running down the hall. Scarlet, Scarlet Scorpio. Heaven and sin, gone with the wind. Scarlet, Scarlet Scorpio. Scarlet, Scarlet Scorpio. Heaven and sin, gone with the wind.
You and I, we've been going the distance, aiming for the sky, with a secret ambition. It's not our thing to walk the road that's paved. We're not the ones who roam the trail that's blazed. And there's a flame in your eye that's igniting mine. I know I've seen it before. In the gaze of a prowling lion, I'm not afraid anymore. Let's break the rules and really put our backs into
Hello, loungers. How is everybody doing today? A long day ahead of us, so on ahead to it, shall we? Hey, hello, loungers. I see Minions, Seaton, Don Boss. Hello. I'm your Eldritch Gentleman, Tentacled Mangaka, proprietor of the Tentacle Lounge, Malak Hane, accompanied, as always, by the lovely Wallet Chan, the living definition of Funny Talks. And over here, we do casual gaming, chill art streams. We are sometimes lewd, sometimes wholesome, but always loving and supportive. And welcome you to the lounge, and hope you enjoy your stay. It is a lovely day for a what if. We have got 2 thumbnails to get to today, and we are going to do our best to try and also get some Dragon Ball New Age in today. For those of you who saw on my Twitter and on the community tab, this coming week, we are doing a draw-a-thon over on my Twitch channel to try and make up a little bit of the extra money that I am missing out on, thanks to good old YouTube. Good old YouTube has not approved my tax forms, and the $400 that is sitting in my AdSense account, I literally cannot touch, and that's pretty much where, like, my rent money and stuff is. So, I'm in kind of a tight spot, so if you guys are... Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, Don Boss. But we're gonna hold a draw-a-thon coming this Friday. Hopefully we can make up a couple, make up a little bit of the deficit that I'm in this month. And, but we're gonna go from there, and we will figure out, what's gonna be going on, henceforth, from that point. But today we've still got our regular art and stuff that we're gonna be getting to, so we have no need to worry and stuff about that. Hello, Disney Piplup, Dean. Hello, I'm hanging in there. Just had me some coffee and some breakfast, and now we're ready to get into some artwork. So let's head on over to the art area, and I can show you guys what we're gonna be getting up to today. And it looks like our chatbot's deciding that it wants to work today. So, today, we are continuing with the Caulifla, being the Caulifla being Goku's daughter one. This time she is hanging out with 17 and 18. She's got her glasses on, trying to look all cool. Android uncle and aunt, yeah. And then, I do believe this is the ending of the Broly raised by Beerus and Whis. My thoughts on Takao Koyama? I have no problems with him. Some of the movies and stuff are very, very entertaining. Good screenwriter. He also wrote the Go-Go Cashman manga that Akira Toriyama drew. But yeah, so we are going to be continuing Caulifla, and I do believe ending Hakaishin Beerus, the Hakaishin Broly storyline. And I also just realized that even though this is the DBS Broly, he has no scars on him, so I need to remove those. Okay. Alright, with all that said, done, and out of the way, let's go on ahead and start getting into work, shall we? We are going to try and pump through these things as quickly and efficiently as possible so that I could try to get to, some Dragon Ball New Age today. I had to cancel last week because I just had so much going on. What was my first experience with Dragon Ball? I remember it. I came home and turned on the TV, and the very first episode of Dragon Ball I ever saw was the episode right before Nappa fights Ten Shinhan. That was my very, very first Dragon Ball episode, and from that episode, I was hooked. The first full episode I ever watched was the episode where Ten Shinhan and Nappa fought. Squad has assembled, crisis averted, Khalifa potentially MVP. Could be. Dr. J, hello. No, the next arc of the manga is the prequel, is going to be a prequel to the events of Dragon Ball Superhero. I hope they don't do an adaptation of it. They've tried it twice already, and neither of them were good. Well, the anime tried it twice. The manga retraced the events from Battle of Gods, but even that wasn't all that good. And it was very abridged and short. They did the right thing when they skipped over both Resurrection F and the Broly movies. I hope they don't. I hope they don't, because Dragon Ball Superhero was good. I don't need to see Toyotaro do a lackluster version of it. Yeah, I know that the new arc is meant to be a prequel to Dragon Ball Superhero. I just hope they take the Resurrection F and Broly movie approach and mention the events that happen instead of trying to retread them. When they revealed Frieza Black, what was my reaction? Meh. Dragon Ball Super and Superhero, or not Superhero, Dragon Ball Heroes, Super Dragon Ball Heroes, have done a really, really good job of burning me out on transformations. So new transformations and stuff don't impact me at all anymore. They did a really, really good job of making transformations just seem like mundane nonsense. I told it to a particular fan writer who was asking me for advice, and like I mentioned it before that like he wanted to like introduce 5 transformations in a single like arc, but only one transformation actually meant anything, and I'm like, so only introduce that one. Transformations do not a story make. Yeah, I have no interest or like enthusiastic reaction to Frieza Black. It doesn't really, like, you know, it's like I said, I'm just, when it comes to Dragon Ball Super and Super Dragon Ball Heroes, I'm just completely and entirely burned out on transformations. And the thing is, I don't want to be that way. I don't. I really don't. I don't want to be burned out on it. I want to like it. I want to like whatever Dragon Ball is putting out. But my goodness. When I see fan manga doing it better, I think you're doing something wrong. In fact, I've already, like, got a couple of shorts coming out that I'm, well, not coming out yet. I've got them written. I'm going to be doing some shorts, about some of the things that I liked about Dragon Ball Super, as well as some of the gripes that I have about Dragon Ball Super. And those will be live on the channel sometime soon. We do have actually some new shorts coming out, this coming, tomorrow and the next day. They are not Dragon Ball related, but, I think you guys will find them entertaining all the same. The Future Warrior in Black, aka the evil Gohan or whatever from Super Dragon Ball Heroes. Again, I've seen it already done in fan manga, and I think it's been done better. So, again, I resonate with a hearty meh. What do I think of Vegito or Gogeta? I think Gogeta is the superior fusion. I think Vegito is a bit derivative. They should have just gave us one and stuck with it. But I think Gogeta is the better of the two. I like Gogeta better. That's just a personal preference, though. Yeah, I know a lot of people like Vegito, you know? I got no, like, issue with Vegito. I just happen to like Gogeta better. The manga. That's an easy question to answer. The manga was 100% written and drawn by Akira Toriyama. For me, that's the definitive canon of the series. The anime creates a lot of inconsistencies and contradictions to the original manga that keep up debates that shouldn't even be debates, even today. Plus, I like to read, so. What was the worst filler inclusion in the anime? Let's see. Actually, Dr. J, there's actually no proof that Vegito is stronger than Gogeta. Everybody confuses the fusion being quote-unquote better with Vegito being stronger, and it's not the case. They said the fusion is better because there's no chance of it messing up. It's a perfect fusion. But there's no proof that currently that Gogeta is weaker than Vegito. Yeah, the only difference... Yeah. But, yeah, in terms of, like, filler... I mean... I think some of, like, the fights and stuff that, like, only happen in the anime because of the filler are kind of, you know, they're kind of useless, in my opinion. I think if I had to pick one, though, I'd say I think the Underworld the Underworld tournament, the Afterlife tournament, where Goku and Pikkon fought. I would have to say, for me anyway, that's the worst filler included. My favorite DBZ movie? I have 3. The Dead Zone, The World's Strongest, and The Tree of Might. I think those movies, for me anyway, they're good because they are peak Dragon Ball. The Dead Zone is actually, for me, the perfect branching off point between what Dragon Ball was and what Dragon Ball Z would become. How we look? Hey, look at Caulifla. Caulifla over there looking cool. Which filler is my favorite? My favorite filler. I liked the one episode where Nappa and Vegeta were on planet Arlia, the bug planet. I liked that one. That was one of the actual filler points where I was actually disappointed that it wasn't in the manga because I wanted to see how it had been done in the manga. I would say after that, I think I would probably just have to say, like, all the additional moments and stuff that they fit in for Vegeta versus Goku in their first fight. It wasn't a whole lot, but because I think the little additions that the anime made that are what makes that, for me anyway, the most iconic fight between Goku and Vegeta. Do you feel that Toyotaro has badly tampered with Goku's character? It's a very repetitive topic of discussion, by the way. Yeah, it is a very repetitive topic of discussion. It's not even a matter of Toyotaro doing it. All of Dragon Ball Super has done it. All of Dragon Ball Super has basically, in one way or another, they've kind of flanderized, in my opinion. I think they've kind of flanderized Goku's character. Goku has always been naive and stuff, but man, his naivete and stuff was never this bad. He hasn't been this bad since he was a kid. And it does feel like a regression of his character. But yeah, it's not a matter of Toyotaro because Toei Animation has done it too. But it's not just Toyotaro's fault. Toyotaro has a lot of faults, but he is not solely at fault for what's going on with Goku. Super Saiyan 2 Goku vs. Kid Buu was my favorite filler. My favorite Dragon Ball Z movie villain? Favorite DBZ movie villain? If we're just doing DBZ movies, I'd have to say Cooler. I really, really like OG Cooler, not Meta Cooler. I think OG Cooler is really, really cool. My favorite moment in DBZ? Mine is less of a moment and more of an event, and it was Goku versus Vegeta, the very first time they fought. That's my favorite, absolute favorite moment in all of Dragon Ball. Is Goku and Vegeta's first fight. Cooler just irradiates chat energy, yeah. Garlic Jr. Saga is the best anime saga, so a filler arc, Some people like it, a lot of people don't. Which female Dragon Ball character do I like? I like all of them, honestly. I thought, like, Launch at the time of her introduction was a really, really cool character. I liked her. I've almost always liked Bulma. I think Android 18 is very, very cool. Very sexy, very powerful. I think Chi-Chi, while to a lesser extent in Dragon Ball Z, I think she was still a really, really good character and something to build off of with Goku. And I think Videl was like a really perfect character to introduce at the time for Dragon Ball. With the direction that the manga and the anime had been taking at that point, I think she was a really good introductory character to put in there. And she's endured. She's stood the test of time. dead villains don't have a body in hell? Yes, that is still the case. Because you're only supposed to keep your body in the afterlife if you led a virtuous life and the gods pull some strings for you. You're not allowed to just keep your body. It's supposed to be a, what do you call it, like a reward in the afterlife. The little clouds, those are people's souls, and they are being cleansed to be reincarnated into a different body. Why Frieza was allowed to keep his body, I don't know. But yeah, there's no villains escaping hell or whatever in Dragon Ball New Age. If you're a bad guy and you go to hell in Dragon Ball New Age, you're a cloud. You're a little fluff. Some of them. I like some of the designs of some of the gods and stuff in Super. Again, I've said this before. Not everything in Super is bad. It's just, man, sometimes they just fumble things really, really hard. Kind of like what happened with GT. A lot of really good ideas, they just fumble things a lot. Hey, Kevin, what's going on? How long am I going to be streaming? Well, I just got started on this one, so I got to finish this one. I got one more thumbnail to do, and then I'm going to try and get to some Dragon Ball New Age today. You think you have a cold? A lot of people are getting sick. This cold weather that suddenly moved in got a lot of people sick really, really quick. Yeah, Toei don't care and just let their versions of the villains keep their bodies. Yeah, that's why it's like only happens in the anime. None of the villains in the manga like ever come back. They never escape hell. They never are allowed to keep their bodies. When you get sent to hell, you're sent there basically. What they want to do is the way the Dragon Ball Afterlife is supposed to work. When you go to the afterlife, you're not going there forever unless you were like a virtuous soul like Goku or something like that, and you're being like eternally like what do you call it, rewarded. You know, only certain people get to do that. For the rest of everybody, when you go to the afterlife, you basically spend a little bit of time in afterlife until your soul is cleansed of its memories, and then your soul is reincarnated into another person. superhero. I don't like that they're taking a questionable video game character with a questionable origin and questionable motives and promoting her into the continuity of the story. But as I talked about before, Japan doesn't really care about the whole canon, non-canon thing. We're the only ones who care about that. They're doing what they think is cool. Yeah, her design isn't enough to make me want to see her in the main story. Yeah, to Japan there is no canon. It's basically pick and choose. Whatever you think the canon is, that's what it is. Is GT canon? Do you want it to be canon? Because if you do, it is. That's just the way it is. That's the way, that's what Japan has given us now. Japan has given you the ability to pick and choose what from Dragon Ball is actually canon. If literally everything is canon to you, then literally everything is canon. If you think just the Dragon Ball Z anime and by extension GT is canon, then boom, it's canon. That's just the way it is. There is no official canon. There's just not. What's my opinion of the DBS manga, and is it better than the anime? I have qualms about everything involving Dragon Ball Super. I don't think one is inherently better than the other. Each one has its own strengths, but they, for me anyway, they both share a lot of similar weaknesses. Can Dragon Ball Z not be canon? Well, this is the thing, Snook. In all honesty, there's no such thing as Dragon Ball Z. When it was printed out in the manga, it was just Dragon Ball. The only reason they divided it into a Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z when they did the anime was to differentiate that this is now when Goku is older. It's something that, like, animes do a lot. But when it was printed in the manga, there was no such thing as Dragon Ball Z. So, by that logic, yeah, you could completely disregard Dragon Ball Z, the anime, because I do. Yeah, it's like Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, different anime titles. No, there wasn't, Kevin. In the manga, it picked up right where it left off. There was no, like, absence. The only absence was in the actual anime, but even in the anime, they did filler arcs. There was no break in between it. And yes, Night Fox, we're doing artwork. That Legend of Dragon Ball tale, that fan-made animation, I think it's one of the best fan-made adaptations that you can find on the internet, honestly. I think it's well animated. There's a lot of passion behind it. And as an adaptation, it works. Because it's not meant to be a continuation of Dragon Ball Z. It's meant to be its own thing. And it does that really, really well, in my opinion. Do you think Super will improve over time and fix its problems? How long has Super been out now? 6, 7 years? And it ain't got its act together yet? I'm not holding my breath. Yeah, the animators, there's lots of fights in the anime and stuff that are filled. They're filler fights. That's why I said, like, some of my favorite filler is, like, the stuff they added in with Goku and Vegeta in order to pad out the runtime and give the animators a little bit more, and give the, you know, the anime team a little bit more time to allow the manga to release stuff so that they could adapt it. I think that looks good. Nah, Hex, I don't think that's gonna be the situation at all. I think the Dragon Ball Super manga and anime will continue to be pretty much the way that they are, where they have some similarities, but they are largely disconnected from each other. And I've talked about it before. The reason for that is because the way Dragon Ball Super's manga and anime are written are completely different from the way the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z anime were written compared to the Dragon Ball manga. My favorite filler in the OG Dragon Ball anime? Most of the stuff that involved, like, the world tournaments I liked. But yeah, the writing methods between Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball manga, and then the Dragon Ball / Dragon Ball Z anime as compared to the Dragon Ball Super anime and manga, are two entirely different things. Well, that's what they already do, Dave. So here's the thing. So with Dragon Ball, in comparison to the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z anime, right? The Dragon Ball manga was coming out first, and it was being written and drawn by Akira Toriyama, printed weekly. The anime crew would take what was happening in the manga and adapt it into the anime. So, yes, even though there's some inconsistencies and stuff in it, the anime and the manga of Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball, are largely the same. They have some slightly altered events and then, you know, the filler and crap like that. But for the most part, it's identical. It's almost 1-to-1. Super is written entirely different. With Dragon Ball Super, Akira Toriyama has bullet points that he gives both Toyotaro and Toei Animation. He gives them both the same bullet points. He says, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, and then leaves it up to Toyotaro and Toei Animation to fill in the blanks as to what happens in between point A, point B, point C, point D. Which is why you can go through it, and yes, there are some things that happen in both, but the details of how those two things happen are wildly different. My least favorite character? Least favorite. I mean, I got a couple that are low on the totem pole. But I think... at least favorite DBZ character, oh, in all of Dragon Ball? Ooh, all of Dragon Ball. That's tough. I think I'd probably have to go with, like, maybe Dr. Mew? Maybe? I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. That's actually kind of tough. Which arc in Dragon Ball Super do I think is the worst? The Tournament of Power? No, not the Tournament of Power. I think the Superhuman Water arc, where we get Jelly Vegeta, I think that's one of the worst ones. It actually managed to outdo the Super 17 arc of GT as the shortest quote-unquote arc in the entire series. I never thought I'd see the day. Monster Carrot? Monster Carrot was funny. That wasn't even, like, he didn't even have an arc. It was just a villain of the day with him. I think it's funny, the fact that, like, he's such a threat because all he has to do is touch you and he can turn you into a carrot. A harmless-ass carrot. I used to have a long list of characters that I used to not like, but as I've gotten older and I've grown to appreciate Dragon Ball a lot more, I find myself, quote-unquote, hating characters less and less. What happened to him when Broshi blew up the moon? The Moro arc suffers from what I think the Trunks arc also suffered from. A very, very promising beginning with a lot of beautiful, beautiful promises and intrigue, and then completely falls apart towards the end. It was that way with the Goku Black arc, / Future Trunks arc, and it was definitely that way with Moro. It was definitely that way with Granola. And it's a pattern I've talked about before that Toyotaro seems to follow, where the beginnings of his arcs have, like, a lot of promise. And they get you hype and they get you excited, but man, the follow-through on them is just rough. 18 had a darker denim. Yeah. The Moro arc borrows a lot from a couple of different arcs. It borrows a lot from King Piccolo. It borrows a lot from the Boo arc. It borrows a lot from Frieza, and it borrows a lot from Cell. It borrows a whole hell of a lot from Cell. That's like when I got asked, well, which version of Moro do I like? I like the old Moro because he's visually distinct very unique. There is no confusing old Moro for anybody else. But when he absorbs that X, whatever his name is, 93 or whatever his name is, when he absorbs that guy and his face becomes almost like a OG 73, yeah. When he absorbs OG 73, he becomes so generic looking that like it completely killed my interest in him as a character. Yeah, I'm a fan of old Moro pre-73. And in fact, I'm a fan of Moro pre-getting his youth back. I like old Moro. My thoughts on Bio Broly? We had a long conversation about Bio Broly last week. I am actually of the opinion that it is not the worst Broly movie. I barely even consider it a Broly movie. Mainly because of the shenaniganery between Mr. Satan and Krillin. I can't hate a movie that has a big focus on Mr. Satan and Krillin. I can't do it. But I also talked about ways you could have made the Bio Broly movie better. I think Second Coming is actually the worst Broly movie, if for no other reason than it's freaking boring. The worst Dragon Ball movie? Worst Dragon Ball movie. I'm gonna be honest, I think it would probably, for me, for my opinion, for my money, I think the worst Dragon Ball movie is a bit of a three-way tie. I think it's a tie between the Metacooler movie, Resurrection F, and Lord Slug. I think those are the worst Dragon Ball movies. That's not to say they don't have their moments. They do. But I think in the like the long and short of it, I think those three are easily the weakest and the ones that could like kind of easily be done without. Hey, that's all on you, Hex. Everybody likes something everybody likes something different. What makes us all, that's what makes discussion like this so good. We can share and talk about what we like and dislike about certain things, and we don't have to be mean and snotty about it, you know? I'm not saying you're being mean and snotty. Man, that's the wonderful thing about us being able to discuss this. There was that one guy last stream. Yeah. You like Harudagarn? I think Harudagarn is actually pretty cool. That was our first, like, quote-unquote kaiju villain. The way he was beaten was kind of butt-kiss, but for the most part, that was really, like, Harudagarn is really, really cool. He has a unique moveset, a unique, unique abilities and stuff like that. Harudagarn's cool. Cell Max could have been a lot of things. There's a chance. It all depends on... It depends, honestly, I think, on one thing, and that's how long this Trunks and Goten arc is gonna be. If it's absurdly long and supposed to have, like, all this narrative weight, I think Toyotaro might fumble it. But if it's a shorter arc, I think Toyotaro could do pretty well with it. A dead Dragon Ball character that you feel could have made an impact if they were still alive? Dead character I think would have made an impact if they were still alive. Maybe future Gohan? Dr. Gero already impacted the series enough. He's impacted the series so freaking much that, like, people are still continuing his legacy long after he's gone. So he's already made a lasting impression on everything. Yeah, I think future Gohan probably would have made a bigger impact on the series had he actually survived. Ginyu did survive. Came back during the Resurrection F arc, but the less said about the Resurrection F arc, the better. Be honest. Yeah, some characters were just power crept out of relevance. Like, you know, Tao. Like you said, you know, Tao went from being one of the most intimidating threats in all of Dragon Ball to being, you know, one hit KO'd by Ten Shinhan. And Ten Shinhan wasn't even at his peak when he did that. And I've talked about that before too. It's because not everybody has endless, limitless potential like Goku and Vegeta and them do. A lot of people have a cap, and they can't get past that cap. I can't answer anything on that, Hex, because I've never played Dragon Ball Kakarot. Never got to play that game. I probably could now that I have a Switch, but yeah, I haven't played it, so I can't, you know, respond on that. Characters coming back to life is often bad story writing. Imagine how meaningless 16 sacrifice would be if they brought him back. Yeah. That's why I don't like the idea that, like, you can wish back people as many times as you want. Because it takes away from the meaning of the sacrifice. You know, giving your life to save people is supposed to be the greatest sacrifice you can make. But if you're doing it, and you can just be brought back within a year, every single time you do it, it takes away the weight, the narrative weight of that sacrifice. Which is why I liked the original Dragon Balls having the restriction that, well, yeah, I can bring you back to life once. Try to come back again, and it's no dice. You're stuck in the afterlife. That's it. You get one shot. You get one do-over, and then that's it. There we go. Got the flat colors are done, chat. Looking pretty good. There is one thing I'm going to change. I only see it now that I'm, like, looking at it from a distance. There we go. 18's eyes were just a tad bit off. Now I fixed it. There we go. That's a lot better. You feel like Raditz could have been a game changer if he was still alive? I disagree. Raditz... You gotta figure, Raditz had been at 1200 for the better portion of his life. He's a first-class warrior, but... Again, you have to keep in mind, not everybody has limitless potential like Goku and Vegeta. They just don't. Raditz, at best, probably could have topped out. Yeah, he was around like 1500 his entire life, depending on which translation you go with. Between 12 and 1500. At best, Raditz probably might have topped out at like 3K. If he actually applied himself. Not every Saiyan can reach the heights that Goku and Vegeta can get to. They just can't. It's just the way that things work. Goku and Vegeta are prodigy creatures of the Saiyan race, and their children are as strong as they are because, for whatever reason, the mixing of Saiyan and human blood begets really strong hybrids. But yeah, like, I mean, the best way to look at this is look at, Paragus. Paragus was stranded on Vampa with Broly. Paragus was stranded on Vampa with Broly for 40 years and only had a power level of 4K. 40 years of training with Broly, and he's only at 4K. Couldn't even go Super Saiyan. Still thinks the Super Saiyan legend is just that, a legend. Paragus, and I think even Nappa, who had been fighting alongside Vegeta for years and was in his 50s and 60s or something like that. I think he was in his 50s. Yeah, and he was at like 4K. Yeah. Yeah, Vegeta was a prodigy child. And like even Goku had to train with gods to get where he's at. That's why, like, you know, anytime, like, anymore where I see these, like, stories where, like, a whole battalion of Saiyans escapes the destruction of planet Vegeta, and they're all at, like, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, can become Super Saiyan God and all this, I roll my eyes. Because for 1,000 years, not one Saiyan could become a Super Saiyan, but all of a sudden one battalion of Saiyans all become Super Saiyans. But even at that, Omar, even if it wasn't quote-unquote real training, the fact that he's only at 4K after... Well, I mean, he'd probably be in his 70s or something because of the way he's grayed. He's probably in his 70s or something by now. It just goes to show you. You know, and Raditz wasn't that much older than Goku. Not that much older. Yeah, King Kai said that 80, what did he say? I think he said 80 days of training with him is the equivalent of a couple thousand years of training on Earth. Alright, chat. Really quick, I'm gonna go BRB. I'm going to grab myself a bottle of water, use the restroom, and I'll be right back, and we're gonna get this thing colored up. Alright? Don't go nowhere. Alright, chat, we're back. Yeah, right before I got back, I actually looked in the manga just to see exactly what King Kaiosama told Goku when he said that the Saiyans would be there in 158 days. And Goku freaked out because he's like 150, like, you know, he's under the assumption, well, I've only got 158 days. I don't have any time to train and learn anything. And Kaiosama says 158 days with me is a few thousand years of training on Earth. Alrighty. Go on ahead, we're going to get started with our shading and highlights. We actually made pretty good time on this one. We got this one done relatively quick so far. Isabella, hello! But yeah, like, as much as I love the whole, like, what if Raditz turned good story, I honestly don't think Raditz would have gotten to the levels that, like, Masako got for him. Like, if I was looking at it objectively. If I'm looking at it objectively, I think, you know, Raditz might have topped out at, like, 5K or something like that, but I don't think he'd have ever been able to become a Super. I've said it before, just because every Saiyan has the potential or could potentially become a Super Saiyan doesn't mean they all will. Or is it not? It's not the potential. They have the capability of becoming a Super Saiyan. Yeah, just because any Saiyan can be a Super Saiyan doesn't mean they all will. Yeah, Nappa, when they were heading to Earth initially, Vegeta was talking about how Gohan was so strong. He mentioned that the mixing of Saiyan and Earthling blood begets powerful hybrids, and Nappa called it a Super Saiyan. And suggested that if they had children on Earth, they could rebuild the Saiyan Empire. To which Vegeta scoffed and said, why would we want a whole bunch of children running around stronger than us? Epic foreshadowing. Oh, thank you, Dave. Ironically enough, while you apply the DB's powers to the real-world physics, Frieza couldn't destroy a star at max power. Frieza saga, but that is yes. Yep, it's a fantasy world of super fighting space monkeys and mythical orbs that grant wishes. So it's best not to apply a crap ton of real world logic to it. Well, the one of the things with like the Zen-Kais, eventually they did get to be kind of ridiculous, and there also came a point where Goku and Vegeta don't get Zen-Kais anymore. They've just kind of burned out on them. But believe it or not, during the Namek arc, up until Frieza showed up, Zen-Kais actually followed like almost a perfect mathematical formula. And you could track just how much somebody would improve when they did get a Zen-Kai. And then Goku showed up and blew it completely out of the water and threw the whole thing away. And it turns out that it happened because Akira Toriyama was tired of figuring all of it out. And just said, you know what, from now on they just get as strong as they need to get. But yeah, there was actually like a time where you could track how strong somebody would get when they got a Zen-Kai boost, and it was, I think it was about like 33%. Their power would increase by about 33% when they got a Zen-Kai boost, and you were able to track it thanks to like the power-ups that Vegeta got between his time on Earth and the fights and stuff that he had on Namek. But then at a certain point, Akira Toriyama was just like, yeah, you know what, they just get as strong as they need to get. Don't introduce something if you don't want to keep tracking it. I made the mistake of doing that. In my opinion, and I've stated this a couple of times, I think the only shonen series that does power levels the right way is One Piece. I think bounties are the best power level, quote unquote, system that shonen manga has. Because it does not acknowledge the character's actual fighting power and spirit and whatever. It is a measure of their reputation and their clout. How dangerous they are. It says nothing about their abilities. They could be weak as hell and still have a massive bounty, and they are still dangerous, even though they couldn't put up a physical fight. I think measuring someone's clout and their, how dangerous they actually are is better than actually measuring their physical fighting power. Yeah, Buggy is unironically dangerous. He's a joke nowadays, but he is unironically dangerous. I don't know. I don't know if the if like the Dragon Ball minus version of Bardock, I don't think he would have changed the story. I honestly, I don't even think the original TV special version of Bardock would have changed the story a whole lot if he had survived. I honestly don't. Like, yeah, Bardock was kind of like an outlier. He didn't fit a lot of the mold of the typical Saiyan because he did develop a soft heart, thanks to Gine. But in the end, he was still one of the old Empire Saiyan and stuck in a very linear way of thinking. I don't know if that would have changed with him had he survived. That said, there could have been a really cool arc where like Goku finds out Bardock is alive and like you go on like the Bardock retrieval arc or something like that. And, you know, you have this meeting between Goku and his father, but like, you know, Bardock kind of senses that his time has like already come and gone and passed. Actually, Bardock wasn't that strong. Bardock was not that strong. Vegeta as a child was stronger than any Saiyan currently living on planet Vegeta. Bardock's power was not 150,000. He wasn't even at 10k. Yeah, non-canon, in the TV special, he was at 10k. In Dragon Ball Minus, he's nowhere near that strong. Yeah, he's happy for Goku, but doesn't want to get involved. Like, yeah, you can do an arc where, like, Goku finds Bardock, right? But, like, Bardock realizes that, like, he's a relic of the Saiyans' past. You know, he is a relic from a bygone era and realizes that his time is through. But he's proud of his son for defeating Frieza. You know, you could do that. He's proud of Goku for doing that, but he knows that Goku and him have been on different paths. Bardock was and always will be a killer, and he can't get that blood off of his hands. And he just, you know, he's like, you know, you go, you continue to do what you do, and just leave me be. And he can pass away in peace, knowing that his son got rid of Frieza, that that a Saiyan actually fulfilled the prophecy and became a Super Saiyan and everything. I think that would have been like a pretty cool arc. That could have been something pretty cool. For sure. But yeah, like, non-canon Bardock, the TV special one, yeah, they said his power level was around 10,000. But, like, what's his face? Prince Vegeta was stronger than literally every Saiyan alive, besides Broly, when he was born. And his power level was only in, like, the 500s or 600s at the time of his birth. And by the time he was a child, he already surpassed King Vegeta. And with as paranoid as King Vegeta was about Broly, do you really think he's going to let some low-class warrior Saiyan like Bardock wander around stronger than him? Yeah, he was sparring with Cybermen and killing them, but he was doing that, like, with zero effort. But Vegeta has already mentioned that, like, he's mentioned it in the manga, that by the time he was a child and by the time Planet Vegeta was destroyed, he was already stronger than King Vegeta. Could Baba even bring them back for a day if they don't have a body in the afterlife? I don't think so. I don't think it works that way. Do not think it works that way. You already got your Christmas decorations up? Man, it ain't even Christmas. We haven't even got the bird out of the oven and you already got your Christmas decorations up? This is why Mariah Carey comes out earlier and earlier every year. You feed her! You feed her! If Bardock went Super Saiyan against Frieza, would that change the story? Probably not. Because even at 10,000, let's just say, for the sake of argument, Bardock does have a power level of 10,000. And Super Saiyan, based on the measurement that everybody seems to go off of, Super Saiyan boosts your power level by a factor of 50. That puts him at what? 500,000 at best. At his best, 500,000. First form Frieza is at 530,000. Oh, I'm not talking about Saiyan Scholar. I'm talking about the regular average numbers that pretty much everybody established uses, which is typically Super Saiyan 1 is a 50 times boost, Super Saiyan 2 is a 100 times boost, Super Saiyan 3 is a 400 times boost, and I think they said that Super Saiyan 4 was like 8,000. I'm pretty sure. So, going by a 50 times boost, a Super Saiyan Bardock is doing nothing against Frieza. He might be able to put up a good fight against first form Frieza, but as soon as Frieza transforms, it's over. They'd be just as dead. It would just take a little bit longer. We don't know what the multiplier for blue is. The power levels and the power scaling in Dragon Ball Super is so freaking inconsistent. Anybody who tries to scale that series is like, I mean, if you're trying to scale Dragon Ball anyway, it's a fool's errand. But Yeah, I mean, like, any power scaling anymore is just headcanon and conjecture. Everybody will think something different, which is why I don't bother, like, getting into power level discussions and stuff like that. Because everything is just so subjective. There's a lot of characters who are stronger than Goku. Goku is not invincible. I mean, if you go by death battle logic, there's just a line of procession of people who are, like, infinitely more powerful than Goku. Fortunately, I am not one of the people who considers death battle to be the be-all, end-all, and their answers are the definitive, de facto answers to everything. Yeah, Goku went from, let's see, so he went from 330, or 400 he went to, right? When he took off his weighted clothing, he jumped up to like 400. He shows up against the Saiyans with a power level of 8,000. Then he shows up on Namek after a week of training under that intense gravity with a power level of 90,000. And then he gets one Zen-Kai boost after the whole Ginyu kerfuffle and jumps to friggin' like 3 million. Hello, not Daniel. Good evening. Oh yeah, Death Battle is not consistent, and I do not, like, I don't take anything that they have to say in regards to anybody's fights seriously, because there is a lot of their stuff is tainted with bias. So it can't be oh well, we're totally unbiased, we take all of our bias out of it. No. And a lot of times they don't even get their research right. Like when they gave Android 18 the ability to absorb energy, even though she's never had that ability, not once. Popeye versus Saitama was actually fun. Yeah, they are incredibly biased. You can see a lot of the bias when they do some of their, like, their analyses. You can see some of the bias they have. Like, I don't know anybody, like, I know JoJo fans who still don't think that Dio should have beaten Alucard. There's like, dude, there's no freaking way Dio beats Alucard. Yeah. All right. Second layer of shading. Highlights. It's just the way he writes them, Don. They gave Dio powers he shouldn't have had as well. Yeah, again, don't trust Death Battle to be the be-all, end-all, because they're not. They're, like, I learned a long time ago not to trust everything they say. And, like, to be honest, when it comes to their analysis, as I've gotten older, it reeks of such pretentious, well, actually energy that I can't. I like, largely just ignore the analysis and just skip straight to the fight. It's like the Adam ruins everything of pop culture. It's just such pretentious, well, actually. It's so annoying. Android 17 is staring into the depths of your soul. Second, dang it. Come on, Pen Tablet, I thought we were past this. You haven't done this in friggin' weeks. There we go. That. Now we switch to highlights. I think we got it there, chat. Ninu! Hello, Ninu! How are you, my friend? I missed you. It's been so long. You never call. You never write. I miss you. You're doing all right? I'm doing okay. I'm a little short in the financial situation, but I'm doing my best to try and recover. I'm doing a draw-a-thon this coming week. Well, this week to try and make up the difference. Let's send this over to Masako really quick. Aw, thank you for the hugs. He's like, oh yeah, they bad. All right. Osco likes that one. Move on to the next one. Who edits the thumbnails for his videos? I draw them, but who does the edits on them? He does. Masako will put in like backgrounds and like little auras and stuff and like that, but I provide the base imagery for it. All right, chat. It's time to move on to this next one. Now, first and foremost, we got to get this halo done. Yeah, I noticed the mistake for the Nappa thumbnail as well. I forgot to color in Cell's teeth, and I fixed it. Masako just has to replace it. Oh, you're fine, Don. I never said you were calling me out. I noticed the mistake as well when Masako posted it. I was just like, wait a minute, why are Cell's teeth like that? And then I went back and looked, and I'm like, aw, damn it, I forgot to color them in. Hey, it's okay, Anime Kingdom. Yeah, we're working on this thumbnail is the finale of the Broly raised by Beerus and Whis. All right, Omar. Thank you for coming and hanging out, friend. I appreciate it. Look up a picture. Copy. We're gonna take the easy way out on the other eye. Take the even easier way out. We'll get the eye and the eyebrow all at the same time. Yeah, cheated just a little bit. Just to make it easier, make things quicker. Just a tiny little bit. But that kind of cheating is okay. Here. Yeah. Working smarter and not harder is always the best policy. There we go. Oh my. Might be wondering what I'm doing here. Let's see. Do you think Cell could have been the strongest being in the universe had he put his potential to use? Considering all the beings he was made up of, yes. Unfortunately, Cell has an ego like Frieza, so he feels like he doesn't need to do any training because his potential is already where it needs to be. He's perfect. He also has like a lot of Vegeta's old cells in him when Vegeta used to think he was that way. Looks like. Is he flying right here? He is not taller than Broly. They're around the same height. Ever so slightly around the same height. We're looking up at them from a downward angle. Well, Anime Kingdom, I've been talking today a lot about how there's no such thing as a canon for Dragon Ball anymore. Canon is whatever you want to make it. So, therefore, by that logic, Kuriza already exists, and if you want him to be canon, then he is. Because by the logic that Toei Animation and, Dragon Ball as a whole is going by, literally anything involving Dragon Ball can be considered the canon, which means Nekomajin can be considered canon. Do I have a favorite Saiyan transformation? I have, 3, as a matter of fact. I love the original Ozaru. I love original Super Saiyan. And I like Super Saiyan 4. Some ale house? I have no idea what that is. There is one he did I liked that kind of got halted due to a lack of ideas. Which one would that be? The Goku Bulma story? Oh, okay. Ah. Yeah, I don't know why, like, you know, yeah, maybe it's not the ending of the story that you guys wanted, but, like, don't get on Masako's case for doing a story ending. Not every story gets to have a happy ending, you know? So, you know, kind of ease up on him a little bit. Let him do the story endings that he wants to do, you know? Here we go. Last thing. Piece does not have any of the markings. Gotta add. I was not told to put him in God mode. I was told to he's just in Beerus's clothes. So I would assume that he is not just forever constantly in God mode. No? Is there a way to use God Key and base for Saiyans? There might be, but honestly, like, the whole, like, Saiyan beyond God question mark whatever thing, I think is a stroke of dumb. I would much prefer it if, you know, my Saiyans could actually take a break instead of constantly being in their heightened power forms at all times. Heaven forbid they actually take a break. and be like, you know what? This is kind of stressful. Let me just, like, walk around in base form and actually conserve my energy. That might be the ticket. I was told that Whis was supposed to look extremely happy. This is supposed to be Whis extremely proud of his boy. No, I don't think Piccolo would be a good God of Destruction candidate. Despite his past, I think Piccolo is beyond the, oh, I think I should, destroy things now. He seems to have a lot more qualms about taking innocent life. So I think the worst thing for him would have to be put back into a position where he has to take innocent lives, regardless of the duty. That's also why I don't think, Goku is a good God of Destruction candidate. I don't think that Vegeta is a good God of Destruction candidate anymore. Because they have grown beyond that. Hello, Alex! Of the people we have, of the people we know, probably Broly. Broly would, but he's the only issue with Broly is that Broly is a little too innocent anymore. He doesn't have a very comfortable grasp on what's right and wrong. He has manners and stuff like that, but I think he's still a bit too innocent to be a God of Destruction. I personally don't think we'll ever see a replacement for Beerus. That'll always just be like a carrot, kind of dangling in front of everybody. Oh, who's the next God of Destruction? Who's the next God of Destruction? I honestly don't think we'll ever see a new God of Destruction taking Beerus's place. Now, of the characters that are still alive, Frieza could be a God of Destruction. The only thing is, Frieza is not very trustworthy. I don't know if anybody gets that. Frieza's not very trustworthy at all. I don't think you could trust Frieza with that level of power and him not to abuse it. The other issue for Frieza is that becoming a god of destruction prolongs your life, and Frieza doesn't seem to want to live forever anymore. Frieza has seemingly abandoned his quest to live forever. He now just doesn't want the gods around because he doesn't want anybody stronger than him or to be able to tell him what he's going to do. Yeah, the only reason he wanted height was so that he could convince his soldiers that he was still growing, and that meant he still had potential to grow and become stronger. He doesn't want the dragon to just grant him the ability to rule the universe or anything like that. He doesn't want immortality anymore. Just like, make me taller by a couple centimeters. That way all of my crew think I'm still growing. And that I'm not at my best. I'm not at my peak yet. It'll keep everybody in line. Not at his peak, chicken beak. I think the thing with the Shadow Dragons right now, Don, is that they've used the Dragon Balls so many times that I no longer think the dragons would be comprised of a single wish. They would be a mixture and a culmination of a bunch of different wishes. Yeah, I think they are well beyond being able to be comprised of just a single wish anymore. Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt one or even a couple of the wishes would be attributed to Bulma. I don't doubt that whatsoever. I'm not excusing her of their misuse of the Dragon Balls. Heck, I don't excuse anybody for misusing the Dragon Balls as much as they do. There's a reason why, like when I did it in Dragon Ball New Age, when they were told that they couldn't use the Dragon Balls anymore, old Kai got on Trunks' case because Trunks was just like, okay, well, we'll just go to Namek and use those Dragon Balls. And he got on their case about that, and he even says, you know, the Dragon Balls are things of godlike power. They are not meant to be your all-purpose reset button. Well, of course she was going to shift the blame to Goku. Nobody wants to be blamed for the destruction of the world. Nobody wants to think that's their fault. go. That's better. Yeah, basically just gaslighting. Oh, his nails are painted as well. I did not notice. Alright, now we can move on to the shading and highlights. Oh, I shudder to even think how that would work, Kevin. I doubt Akira Toriyama put that much thought into it. Just did what he thought would be easier for himself and his assistants. Instead of trying to remember first and last names the whole time, is just, you know what? Everybody's only got one name. And the people who have a surname, yeah, that's like really, really unusual. That's why you don't see them everywhere. Do I think King Piccolo had the same potential to be good that Piccolo Jr. had? No, I do not. There's a difference between Piccolo Jr. and King Piccolo. King Piccolo is absolutely 100% evil. He is everything, all the evil that Kami had within him, expelled. There's no good in King Piccolo. When he expelled that part of his essence out into the world, yeah, it was mostly King Piccolo, but it was also influenced by everything around him. Piccolo Jr. and King Piccolo are not exactly the same. He is merely a piece of King Piccolo. Yeah. King Piccolo was the direct evil half of Kami. Like, even by the time Piccolo fought Goku at the Tenkaichi, you could tell there was already a difference between him and the original Piccolo. The original Piccolo didn't mind fighting dirty, using hostages and stuff like that, whereas Piccolo Jr. actually had a bit of a sense of honor. Sure, he was still, like, bad, but he had a better sense of honor than King Piccolo did. King Piccolo would have just killed everybody at the tournament and wouldn't have cared. But Piccolo Jr. wanted to beat Goku. Shuttershade, hello! How you doing, buddy? Which TFS character do I think had the funniest change of personality in comparison to the original? Probably, like, any of, like, between, like, Nappa, Guru, and them. Like, Taka's characters were probably... Those two were probably the funniest. Which is why it's the ongoing joke, I am hilarious and you will quote everything I say. Do I think Cooler would have been a better ruler than Frieza? Well, Frieza's not much... I don't know if Frieza's much of a ruler, as much as he is a tyrant. Sure, his people, like, fear him, but that's about all they do. They all fear him. They work for him because they feel like they have no choice. At least a lot of them do. The Ginyu Force works for him because they're bad, they're evil, and they like having a boss that, like, gives into that kind of thing. Horribly busy as of late? Yeah, I'm right there with you, Shutter. I am busy. And, I have to do a draw-a-thon this week to try and, cover some of my expenses that have not been covered this month because of, you know, commissions and stuff being kind of slow. Yeah, things have been kind of slow. I'll be able to make it this month. It's just I have to do some serious thinking about some things. You know, me not being the youngest chicken anymore. I got to do some serious contemplating about things for my future. I'm not planning on, like, quitting or anything. So, don't get that into your guys' head. I'm not planning on quitting. I will, I'm just, like, I've got to make some considerations. Because right now, I no longer have that big financial cushion. No, I understand, Isabella. It's okay. The financial cushion that I had when I initially started streaming, I no longer have. And, you know, I was already getting to a point where I was, like, having to consider, making a change up. It's just the fact that, like, I happened into a position where I was able to do, I was getting a lot of commission work, right? I was getting a lot of commission work, so I was able to put off having to do what I'm probably going to have to do, because I was making enough money to cover everything. But now that I am not, and we are about to hit tough times financially all throughout, you know, the States, I just have to take some serious stock of what I'm doing and, you know, think about my future. Because right now I don't have health insurance, I don't have any kind of vision or dental or anything like that. I'm basically living check to check right now. And at my age, I should not be living check to check. I should be able to start putting something away. And the little bit of money I have been able to put away is not enough. So I've got to make some serious considerations, which will probably wind up altering my streaming schedule a bit. But, you know, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. I thought about Medicaid. I've thought about a whole bunch of different things, Judder. The issue is that currently I don't have, like, that kind of funds. I had to cancel my Netflix, my Hulu, and a bunch of other things just to try and save a little bit of money. I don't have all the necessary money to, like, make an additional monthly payment right now for anything. I need more coverage than Medicaid can give me right now, basically. Yeah, Medicaid can provide basic things, and when you're younger, you could probably get away with it. You can get away with a lot of what Medicaid could give you. However, I am not that young anymore. I am older, and my, Oh, give loot, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I'm getting older, and I have different needs that I can't currently get with the monthly income that I have. So, you know, this isn't something that's going to take effect, like, immediately, but I'm doing a lot of serious, like, consideration. What would probably wind up happening is that my streams would get a bit shorter, and my time slot would most likely change. Most likely. But, again, nothing on this is for sure. This is all conjecture, and we're just thinking, we're thinking out loud here. Nothing is changing or anything like that for right now. No need to worry about that. which that's just the nature of everything. And, you know, here we are. Like, I had like over a $500 cushion, and then almost every tire on my car went bad. It's $500 that I had to spend to replace my tires. So, you know, just sometimes things happen, you know? And, you know, that's par for the course with me, is just like, you know, I feel like I get ahead, or I'm starting to get ahead, and then something will happen to bring me right back down to, you know, planet Earth. You know? Yeah, but sadly, I'm just currently not at a level where I can realistically afford to keep going at a point where, like, I can't I just can't weather multiple months anymore of not hitting my target number for the month, which is like $2,000. If I don't make $2,000 a month, I can't really, you know, I can't really go and do what I need to do. If I was making $2,000 a month consistently, I would have health insurance. I wouldn't have to worry about things like this, and I'd be able to put some money away. But I only had like 3 months where I was basically able to do that. You know, I had 3 months, 3 really, really good months. And it was these last 3 months. But this month in particular has been just kind of rough. It's been slow. One of my big time clients, they lost their YouTube channel. And so like a lot of the money that I was making, it's starting to come to a halt. And I can't rely on that anymore. You know, and then just things that are going on with the world are happening. So, you know, real life is a B, but we will soldier on, and we will eventually get to a point where everything will be okay. I mean, everything's gonna be okay anyway. It's just we might be up for a shakeup in about a month or two. It all depends on how this drawathon goes, how this next month goes. You know, a lot of things to consider. All right. All right. Got that taken care of. Thank you. Thank you for the hugs. All right. With our thumbnails for the day completed, We have enough time to get in at least a page of Dragon Ball New Age. There we go. That's what I need. Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit of New Age in. Alright, chat. Before we get started, you're gonna be heading out now, Toma? Alright. Thank you for coming and hanging out for as long as you did. I appreciate it. Before we get started on this, I'm going to take a really quick break, run to the restroom, grab myself another bottle of water. When we come back, we're gonna get at least a page done, and then we're gonna call it an evening. Don't go nowhere, lovelies. I'll be right back. Alright, chat. I'm back. Sorry about that. Here we go. We're back. Back! Alright. Go on ahead. We're gonna start cooking with this. I think I need to open check so I can see how I did it with the happening? Yeah, it did. Alright, so it is just a solid blackout. Alright, Isabella, thank you! Thank you for coming and hanging out. Yeah, time zones be weird like that. No? I honestly can't say I ever saw the end of that. of UI Goku versus Cumber. Cannot say I'm familiar with that. The last thing I ever watched from Super Dragon Ball Heroes was that first time Cooler went golden. Like Metacooler, I think it was. Was it Metacooler? Yeah, Metacooler. When Metacooler went golden, that was the last time I ever watched Super Dragon Ball Heroes. Heck, the only time I ever even saw, what do you call it? The only reason I even saw the end of the Hearts vs. Goku fight is because people were, like, sharing it, and I watched, like, the end of that fight. But I haven't seen an episode of Super Dragon Ball Heroes since then. No? For detail. Derek, hello! Art Dog, hello! How you doing? "45 minutes. Just about get this page completely 100% done. I think Raditz would be a good teammate for Turles? Possibly? Question mark? think they could work. Oh. Spent quite that much. Did I have any other original concepts for characters like that? Not that I can recollect. Most of the time, like 9 times out of 10, when I came up with the design, Masako just like, he kind of liked it. I think the thing was with Ranch, was that it was based off of a Xenoverse mod. Her outfit was based off of a Xenoverse mod that somebody had done before I got to design it. And, you know, so I kind of got superseded by a fan design. Thoughts on AI generated art? I am not a fan of it. I understand why people do it. It's easy. It's cheap. But AI art is the whole reason why I don't put the MasakoX thumbnails on DeviantArt anymore. I know they've backpedaled. They reversed the decision on it. You guys know how heated I got when that announcement went through. But yeah, like, if you're doing it for fun, if you're just doing art for fun, that's different. But I don't like people taking the hard work of other people and passing it off as their own. And the thing that burned me the most about the DeviantArt thing was that, like, the opt-in wasn't optional. It was the default. You know? So I was going to have to go through and modify every single piece of art, over 1,000 pieces that I had done, to not be used in the AI art database, because they just opted us all into it, you know? And I think that was, you know, kind of BS. I was following an artist on Twitter, and I really liked the art they were doing. But it like, I started getting suspicious, because I was just like, man, how do they pump out all these high quality pieces at such a high rate of speed? I mean, they're dumping like sometimes 2 or 3 art pieces a day onto Twitter. How are they doing this? And then I started to notice the telltale signs of AI art, messed up hands and things like that. And then I've realized that it's all AI art, and I immediately unfollowed them. And the thing that bothered me about it was they're doing AI art and selling it. They're selling the AI art. I think that's very underhanded and sneaky. And it takes money out of the pockets of people like me, you know, who do custom-made art, who go through a very painstaking process to give you art that's customized. But now you can just drop any old scribble or sketch into an AI generator and, you know, pump out something that, you know, looks very similar to what you might have wanted. I don't think it's ever going to be identical to what you want. But, you know, it really does take away, you know, work that otherwise would have been directed at me or another artist like me. And I think that's bad. Yeah, there's even coloration, like, mistakes and stuff like that you can notice that, like, gives away when art is being done by AI. Hands are the biggest one, though. Hands are the biggest telltale sign. Yeah, me personally, I'm not a fan of it, and I'm really not a fan of just how quickly it's taking off. I think it sets a very bad and a very dangerous precedent to replace hardworking artists like me and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other people who do this for a living, who try to make beautiful artwork for you for a reasonable fee. You know? And as far as like the whole DeviantArt thing, I know I was canceling my DeviantArt account, but I did not do it because they backpedaled everything. So in case you guys are wondering, my DeviantArt page is still up. However, I will no longer be uploading Dragon Ball thumbnails from MasakoX on there in case they try in case they try to pull this stuff again, but two, also out of protest for even considering doing what they did. I already canceled my core membership, so they're not getting any more money from me. Hello! Hello, Kakarot. Oh, Kakarot, I am not Masako. I am merely Masako's artist. I'm afraid the man himself is, indisposed at the moment. Oh. Emotional damage. Who would Yamcha, Ten Shinhan, Raditz, Turles, Nappa marry realistically? I don't know. I don't always subscribe to the notion that just because the characters have met before that they have to be romantically linked. So, like, I don't think that, like, you know, Ten Shinhan has to marry Launch or whatever, or, you know, things like that. I can't believe you didn't get involved in a long-term relationship with the first woman who laid eyes on you as a fanfic writer. I'm disgusted. No. Oh? Does it bother me when people mispronounce rigor? Yeah, sometimes. That was something that I struggled to try and fix when I first started like going around and like talking about Dragon Ball New Age, like with Unreal Entertainment Gaming and stuff like that. You know, a lot of people pronounced it Rigor, and it's just not the way it's pronounced. I mean, heck, they're like, even with like my name is Malik, and there's still people on Twitch who call me Malik. So it's not just Rigger's name where I'm fighting, I'm fighting against it, you know, it's my own name too. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Disney Piplup. You've been getting my name wrong the entire time. Homelander or Omni-Man? Omni-Man. Omni-Man is a way better character, I think. Plus, I've read all of Invincible. And I hope the adaptation for Amazon with Invincible continues to be very good, Amber notwithstanding. Random, hello! Did I read the comics for Invincible? Yes, I have the entire series. Bunch of aftermarket comic places had them. Able to get it actually relatively cheap. Everybody has their own preferences. I just happen to I happen to like Omni-Man a little bit better. I think the only reason why like I kind of dislike the whole like I don't even dislike why like the Homelander character doesn't resonate with me is because I'm just tired of seeing the evil Superman trope, and he's just like every evil Superman trope all in one. Like, I understand, like, the arcs of his character and everything like that. It's just, I feel like it's been done before. And I kind of felt the same way with, like, Superman. Like, I get you're supposed to make this kind of feel helpless, because what do you do when this godlike savior that you've had for so long, when he turns on you? What do you do when Superman turns on you? And that was like my one big gripe about the Ultimate Marvel, that whole like thing in general, is that, man, it felt like at times they just killed people just so that they could kill them, you know? And eventually the law of diminishing returns came back to haunt them, because you can only kill like these beloved characters so many times for shock value before the effect wears off on people, you know? Hey, Gurok, hello. The other thing that I didn't like about Injustice, man, why did Wonder Woman turn into such a beach? Like, for real. Like, I was like, who the hell is this? This cannot be Wonder Woman. Like, I understand Wonder Woman comes from a different type of people. You know, with the Amazons, she was raised differently, but man, I've never seen Wonder Woman that bloodthirsty. It's like it almost felt like she was itching for an excuse to start exterminating humanity. And just the way she just egged on Superman, the way she encouraged him to do bad things. I guess so, she must have. Must have had a thing for people who kill the Joker, I guess. I'm kind of in that same boat, Sonny. I really want to get to the Elijah arc, but man, I hate that, like, might have to take a break. Well, I mean, there is no might. I do have to take a break from Dragon Ball New Age, and I can't get to it immediately. That bothers me to no end. Well, Korok, it's not that I even want to take a break. It's that I have so much on my plate, and I was talking about it earlier. I have a lot of things that I have to consider about my future. And, you know, especially like with the commission work that I do have that's on backload. All the commissions that I've been working on, they're already paid for. And I have to do them because people have already paid for them. They're waiting for them, right? At the same time, I have to free up my queue so that more people can commission me, because when my queue is full, people don't want to commission because they don't want to be stuck on a massive waiting list. And the problem is that, like, yes, I love Dragon Ball New Age. This is my baby. And I honestly wish I could just work on this and nothing but this. Unfortunately, it does not pay my bills. It doesn't put food on my table. It gets me a little bit of internet notoriety. That's about all Dragon Ball New Age does for me. And, you know, realistically, it always has been and always will be a pet project. I can't make a living off of it. And, you know, when things have to be put on the back burner, the hobbies and pet projects that you do are the first things that have to go. And, like, make no mistake, when the time comes and I have more free time and I'm able to dedicate more time to it, oh, I totally want to finish these 3 arcs. I don't want to leave this thing unfinished. As many times as I've had to go back and get this thing restarted, and now that I finally got it, like, on the path that I wanted it to be on, the last thing I want to do is just abandon the project, you know? I do not want to do that whatsoever. Sometimes life has a way of interfering with the things that you want to do and forces you to do the things you have to do. Let's see. Oh. Shouldn't have walked through. Please check DMs. Okay. Oh shit. Alright, chat. I'm going to have to call this for right now. This is something very, very important I've got to handle. We have hit the 4-hour mark anyway, and I was gonna have to call it anyway. So yeah, I gotta go take care of this really quick. So yeah, please thank you guys for coming and showing up. I hope I will see you guys for the draw-a-thon starting on Friday. But I gotta get out of here. You guys have a great rest of the day. I'm gonna go take care of some business, alright? I love you guys. I am MasakoX. This has been the Tentacle Lounge. Thank you guys for coming out. I will see all of my lovely loungers again next time.